That? So, welcome to Forgotten City. Please help us avoid spoilers. It's been almost 3 years since this game was released. If you have not heard of it, if you have not played it, I would recommend it. But, it says, dear content creators, as you'll discover, this game is full of intrigue and plot twists. Yep. Knew that. Played already. Please give your audience a spoiler warning before sharing content from beyond the white hallway, so that interested players can fully enjoy the experience for themselves, if they wish to. Sincerely, the Modern Storyteller team. This is a great game, man. It's very short, but it's a decent game. Come on now, dog. Good morning. VCR says good morning.
Good morning, Dad.
Yeah. Three people over 4 years. Mystery adventure with multiple endings. Rewards thoughtful conversation, exploration, not brute force. Oh, I'm alright. How are you?
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
Weird. I don't have audio. Type, male, female. Let's go male. And then name ourselves Tigger. Because why the hell not?
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember?
Which is weird, because it does have audio. Archaeologist, soldier, fugitive, amnesiac. I think it's just my headphones. Hang on. Let's see.
Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured
I
or
have no
worse.
idea.
I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him? If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please? Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. What do you want to know? Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean? Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you. All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
All those Karen memes have really ruined that name.
Yeah, something like that. But right now, I have bigger problems, like finding Al. He's
Who
the
is
guy
Al?
who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is. You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber. Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al...
Have you tried
What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me.
That's all they
Great.
said.
So you're ready to go look for Al?
All
Thank
right,
you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
No pressure to take. Nothing's workable, no one's secure. Just the aesthetics of this game is beautiful, though. Strange, my headset doesn't work, but hey. As long as you can hear me, I suppose. Doors are closed again.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this An invitation. Or a warning. Al Worth.
Whee! Well, you wanted gold. There you go. Statues of gold. Young Roman woman imposes lamentation. Roman gladiator mid-stride. What could have made the gladiator flee? I think I'd be wondering, how did they create a statue? And why the hell did they place it in the middle of the road of a fleeing soldier? I mean, that'd be difficult. There's another one that's fleeing, but on a pedestal. Weird. Okay, I think this is the White Hall that I'm supposed to warn y'all about. From here on out, there's spoilers. Oh my god. What gold is that? I need to calculate how much it's worth. Young Roman woman looks like she was begging for her life. I'm gonna check my settings real quick. Some fucking reason it's not connecting to my headset. It isn't. I'll be right back. Broadcasting only mic audio. Okay, so you can still hear me, but you can't see me. Oh no. No, you couldn't see me before. So, for whatever reason, it's not picking up on my headset, which is why I sound odd. You're hearing me through my controller. Oh, I know what's happening. Duh.
What?
I totally need a new headset. I forgot to flip it over to USB.
Oops.
So, there's my audio. Oh, shit. What do I do with that controller? There it is. Now I probably sound a whole lot better, right? Anyway. Now I can actually hear the whispering too. That's good. Roman woman who appears to be praying for help that never came. When we're disco.
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. In here, there are only two options. Death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
So I found Al, and he's gold. Golden statue of an old man wearing modern clothing. This must be Al, but how is that possible? D-I-S-C-O. Come on, come. Young Roman woman in a state of panic. Oh, you remember, baby? Come on, they can look for a disco. Oh yeah, he's totally just hanging out. Gonna do. One man on his knees as if begging for the gods for mercy. Do you remember? I'm in relief depicting a great circular portal and two women. I wonder who they could be.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Wait, are you speaking English?
What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange. Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you? And what were you doing in the shrine?
Shrine of Proserpina?
Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime. You're not from around here, are you? And you've just done it again. You're a sly one, aren't you? One more time. Who are you and what were you doing in that shrine?
I'm Tigard. I've come from the future. Or I got lost.
No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, you know, not... That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here.
Thanks, I guess.
Listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So, let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine.
Your laws?
Laws? Law. There's just one, the Golden Rule. And the punishment for breaking it's... well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming?
Alright, lead the way.
When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little
Now I'm
community
gonna
now.
munch on some food real quick while he leads me
23
through
of
the
us at
city.
Moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her, if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please. I expect the magistrate wants to brief you about the Golden Rule. It shouldn't take too long. He's busy preparing for the election later today. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, The legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs?
Someone's living luxuriously. If you can call this living.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of a man of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago.
It's beautiful.
Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22
7 months?
strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise.
7 months?
In all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin?
Seven months. What?
Nor could I, until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
What counts as a sin here?
Intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries.
Not sure if that's a good idea. What is legal isn't or is moral, and many of your laws and customs are considered barbaric where I'm from.
Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists, and engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric?
Don't you practice collective punishment?
Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion.
Where I'm from, we consider that our port.
Well, right now, you're a long, long way from home. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you.
What did you mean when you said Proserpina upset
You see,
me?
in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you?
You're right, I'm from 2,000 years in the future.
2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please, tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us, of this city?
Think I'm gonna sell you try. You'd all been turned into golden statues.
I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times. But it still breaks my heart to hear the truth.
Not just a dream. How does this
All
ritual
I can
work?
tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing.
I don't think I'll get cell reception here.
Suppose you saw any sign of me in the future?
I did see human remains in the temple.
I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you?
I'll do my best.
I suppose that's all I can ask for.
Why can't you
I
investigate?
believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well...
That is true.
It pains me to say my attempt...
So long as my battery did.
I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot.
Fair enough. Do you have any suspects?
Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
How do I know you're not the person responsible?
Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you. I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people have a second chance. What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people?
Fair point.
How do you think so? Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to happen.
Come on, tell me what you really think.
All right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you.
If I do this, will you help me get back to my own
If I
time?
understand Prosperna's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
I think so. That's all the questions I had.
So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the Golden Rule?
Alright, I'm in.
Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it will win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately.
Alright, I'll get started.
One last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
I'll get right on it. Come on, da. Yes. Small household shrine. I'm actually trying to find the way back, buddy. Thank you. Come on.
Whatever are you wearing?
Are they?
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want?
That's your
I'm
story.
Cynthia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that?
Charming. You know what we have here.
What is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone.
Can I help?
I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the Harpies?
When did you last see her?
It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy. In love. We went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it.
She was
I
singing
think
something.
so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret. even from me.
Why is
Because
that?
our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans.
Your father didn't mention any of this when I spoke to him. Any
That
idea
doesn't
why?
surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her. So he's letting Horatius do the heavy lifting. Some good that's done.
Is it possible her
I
lover
don't
was
know,
involved?
But it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here in the city.
Centius? Centia? Centilla? Why are your names so similar?
You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Centius, so I'm Centia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Centia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Centilla.
You look surprisingly relaxed about your
Why?
sister's appearance.
Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy. I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance.
I think there's something you're not telling me.
You're awful. Get out of my villa and never speak to me again.
Okay. Get out of my villa. It's actually your father's villa. And I was invited here. By him. Ceramic bowl filled with urine. Ew. Which ancient Romans used because the ammonia count to wash and bleach their clothes. Wow.
Citizen.
Alright.
Fresh meat, huh? What were you two talking about?
Sorry, what?
Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Centius up on his balcony. What's he offering you? Money? Favours? What's your vote worth to him?
We weren't talking about the
What
election.
else would you be murmuring about on election day? Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you've sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it?
I don't care about
Good.
the election.
Then stay out of it. Nobody likes Caput Murdae foreigners interfering in an election.
Fine, mind if I ask some
Connor.
questions? What's your story?
Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me.
I'd like to
Too
meet
bad.
Melios.
He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look like you could afford it. I'm
Afford
glad
what?
you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. He'll be inside practicing his victory speech for tonight. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return.
Isn't soliciting bribes a sin?
Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is more of a tribute to me, your soon-to-be patron.
Alright, what do you want?
Dunno. Something good.
I'll see what I can
Just
do.
make it good.
What do you think
I
is the
think it's
golden
gone
rule?
on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected.
Sounds great.
We've
Can I help
already
some way?
lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem. Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius can't even protect his own daughter, how can we trust him to protect us?
I'll be going now.
Just remember, I'll be watching.
I'm surprised he can see anything through that helmet. I mean, seriously. Doesn't seem to be fitting his head very well.
On your best behavior, I trust.
The only way forward is to meet and investigate people.
I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
That's your story.
Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?"
Sorry, what should I have done?
The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change.
How did you end up here?
I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here?
A young woman named Karen dragged me out of a river unconscious and sent me here.
Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you?
It's an older name, but not uncommon from where I'm from.
Older. I see. I wonder if... No.
What were you going to say?
I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns.
Alright, I'll do that.
Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too.
What happened to Olivia?
Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the Golden Rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you?
I'll be careful.
Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns.
I'll get right on it.
Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
And you, Horatius?
What now?
What's
I'm
your
a
story?
legionary of the First Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughter, I should say, and the others, and making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals.
How did you end up
From
here?
Liguria, up north originally. I was doing alright for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl. And pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some Genetricum fugitor tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose.
Sorry to hear that.
As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labor does the body. That said, Scintilla's disappearance has been more difficult than I'd care to admit.
What can you tell me about the
One of
magistrate?
better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that.
Can I see the
I
citizen
don't see why
register?
not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
Borlia, commoner, tavern keeper. Claims to know a way out. Claudia, patrician, wife of Malleus. Decius, commoner, merchant. Demyticus. Julius. Imprisoned in warehouse. Oh, okay. Equita. Fabia. Galerius. Georgius. Hannibal. Died in cistern? How the hell does one die in a cistern? Kibosh disappeared. Julia. Olivia now refuses to work. Lucrevia. A little difficult reading some of these names, but hey, I'm trying. Malleus, not to be trusted. Navia locked herself in the palace. And she's a physician? Really? Octavia, cleaning, gardening, no notes. Rufius, increasingly agitated. Centilla, restricted to her villa for her safety. Scintilla, missing. Centius. Ulpius, Virgil. Okay. Thanks. I'll be going now. Well, not only are they in Roman, they, like, the many shall suffer for the sons of the one. The text type is like hard to decipher.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
What's your
Can't
story?
talk long. Got to stay sharp, but families from Seleucia and Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions, the 6th, the one they call Ironclads.
How did you wind up here?
Same way as everyone else.
He's super chatty. Not much of a talker, are you?
If you were dealing with what I am, You wouldn't be either.
What are you doing
None
with
of your business. In Troiti ipsum commensura.
why are you still wearing your
We're all in
Luton?
grave danger. Is it not obvious?
Why don't you have a weapon?
Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now.
Let's talk about something else. Let's see, who are you going to vote for?
Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us?
Let's talk about anything else. I'm be going now. It's not like I actually give a shit about the elections at this point in time anyway. This would be the markets.
Welcome to my humble store. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India. And never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know. From which exotic part of the world do you hail?
I'm from beyond the edge of the known
Then
world.
you are an explorer, like me. Wonderful. You must have many stories to say. I cannot wait to hear them. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
What's your
My
story?
story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum.
Why set up a tailor shop here?
You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all?
Yes, more or
I
less.
tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree?
I suppose so.
And there is another reason too. If we all end up as golden statues for future generations to marvel at, I don't know about you, but I would like to look my best.
How did you end up here?
Good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself.
Why don't you tell me what you do remember?
I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa.
So you floated down the Tiber.
Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I was
Naked what?
resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am.
Let's talk about something else. I'll
I
be
hope
going
that our
now.
paths cross again soon, my friend.
I am, after all, only after the... How did you end up here? Collection of dyes. Dye for coloring clothes. These appear to be extracted from plants and insects. Oh, no kidding. They actually have coins here.
Well, my Sartorian friend.
No, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna wear the heat with somebody.
Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. Yulia. She was a good woman.
Oh, what happened?
She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat her with resin of silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here, with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath.
Something I can do to help?
Unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day, or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that Genetricum Fututo and scratching his eyes out.
I don't remember if I can...
Well, come back if you get sick or injured. Day or night. I'll
buy
do what
stuff
I
or
can.
not? I don't think I can. No items on Ilia. That's a pretty name, Ilia. One rack containing various
May
dried stuff.
Apollo keep you safe.
Collection of barbaric-looking medical implements, including forceps and shears. That's barbaric. I mean, doesn't look much different from the shit they use today. Circular loaf of bread designed to be pulled apart into wedges appears to be freely available to anyone who wants it. I'll take it. Roman recipe for bread. Generous pinch of yeast, a pinch of salt, 2.5 cups of warm water, 1 pound of flour. Pour in the water into a mixer bowl and dissolve the yeast. Add the flour to a separate bowl and gradually add the water and salt. Knead into the dough until dough isn't too sticky or floury. Cover the dough and leave in a warm place near the oven for an hour so that it rises. Bake until golden crust is golden and allow it to cool. You know what's really cool is you could actually take this recipe and make bread. And the only thing missing is the temperature and the time. Probably because they used ovens that didn't have exact measurements of I mean, if you really look at the recipe, though, it's super simple. Generous pinch of yeast. That'd probably be roughly tablespoon. A pinch of salt. Literally, a pinch. Just pinch and throw it in. Generous pinch. Maybe 2 pinches. Knead it and then throw it in the oven. Probably at 350 for 20 minutes, if that. Secundus and Citra work together until the end. Aw, that's cute.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff. Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia, but we just have to carry on, don't we?
Well, that's
how
your
did I
story.
end up here? That is a lengthy tale.
Let's hear it.
Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave, fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done. Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl, if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. Naturally, I dived in after it, hoping to salvage my fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin. Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune, because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here. Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii.
How would I come up with 1,000 denarii?
That's my concern. But if you get a job, work hard, and save your coins, you should be able to afford it within, say, 5 years?
I don't have
Very
that
well.
kind of money.
Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget? Very well. Another time.
Within my budget. Huh. I could steal it, but that would activate the golden rule thing, and yeah.
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind? Well, it's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it. I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and 2 little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. I sprinted so fast I almost threw up, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young. It was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. Still burns whenever I think about it.
Sorry to hear that.
Well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again.
Glad things worked out in the end.
That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting, and he'll get his, one day. He'll get his. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes. Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?
I'll be going now.
See you around.
Common thread. Highlight. It's all up to me. What are you talking about? Catando, caminhando, camayo, pecando. It's so tasty. Come and chase me. Now got the salt. Ice cream, you scream. Give me ice cream.
Help! You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's going to break the golden rule.
How? I don't have a weapon.
The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's bow is the only one in the city. You'll just have to improvise.
Get right on it.
Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over.
Maybe we shouldn't meet in there.
We don't have time for this. I have to go.
Never mind. Don't know why I said that.
The shrine is collapsing.
Well, you were warned not to go in there. Shrine may collapse at any moment.
Fabia, no! Oh God, she's dead. Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her. Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl. I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, I mean. She walked into that empty shrine, and the next moment she is lying dead under a pile of rubble. The gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to me. I'm sorry, friend. It's not right for me to lay my burden upon you.
Ice cream, you scream, give me ice cream, you scream, give me ice cream.
Back again, I see. Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000. Very well. Very well. And up.
There's Lock Shrine. Okay. Nope.
You again. Whatever.
Ave again. Did you find what you need?
I've been asking people how they wound up here.
And did you notice anything? A pattern?
Some people mentioned a river.
Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else?
Some people mentioned an encounter with an stranger on a riverbank.
Yes, I also had such an encounter. What else?
That's all I noticed.
There are definitely some common threads there. But I think we'll need at least a few to ensure we're not just seeing coincidences. Keep asking people how they wound up here. I don't want us to rush to any conclusions yet. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind, and dictates we should be sure. Yes, you should ask the others first. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
I'm avoiding the armed man for the time being. Myth of the Golden Rule by Durotus the Younger. As per our custom, I shall begin by paying my respects to the god responsible for this city. For our continued prosperity and tranquil seclusion, he deserves our admiration. But here I must depart from custom, for his attempt at imposing strict rule upon us is oppressive and overreaching, and deserving of our contempt. Who among us has not awoken at night in a cold sweat, fearing some sort of accidental transgression of the Golden Rule? All of us must accept that we are capable of error, whether from the momentary lapse of judgment or a conscious decision based on faulty reasoning. Yet the great thread, the sword of Damocles that we live under, I believe, merely a deception, and I shall prove it to you. Let us begin by dismissing the counter-arguments. First, it must be argued that the inscription stating the many shall suffer for the sins of the one is evidence that the Golden Rule is very real. But that is logically unsound, for we cannot assume the writers knew any more than we did. That this message was inscribed does not make it true, any more than if I were to inscribe Durotus the Younger as a god.
Salve.
Second, it must be argued that the statues in this place are evidence that the Golden Rule is real. You need not remind me of that. It was I who discovered them all around the city. It was I who collected them, placed them in a handcart, and placed them in the niches in which they sit today. I will not soon forget them. And yet I refuse to leap to the conclusion that they were once real people. There is simply no evidence to support that conclusion. When we read the story of Venus bringing Pygmalion's sculpture Galatea to life, we do not believe that is true. Why should we take a different view here? But ultimately, these arguments are just that. After years of living in fear, there is only one way for me to prove that the Golden Rule is a falsehood, and that is through action. Friends, I apologize in advance for this, but one day you will see this moment as a turning point in our city's history. Let us see, once and for all, if the Golden Rule is real, as I strike one of you with my fist. If nobody's seen someone turn to gold, how would you know that it's true? Yeah, that is a point, isn't it? But clearly someone... All these statues, apparently, on the pillars, weren't originally there. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you? Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before. A certain learning and sophistication.
And you're as charming as you are beautiful.
Coming on a bit strong, don't you think?
What? You came on to me.
I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern?
Well, true story.
Let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us. Certainly. For 10 denarii. How embarrassing for you. All right. See ya.
I don't think I've met.
Back again, I see.
Oh, yes, I have.
Very well. Another time.
Why don't you
49
know?
melodies fetch again, with inset just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world. So this place accepts all the souls, but it does not notice the crowds that come.
Well, that's
The
your story.
bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives.
I'm sorry, I have no idea what that
They
means.
never do.
Can you tell me about the pattern
You
you saw?
think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more.
What do you
The
think of the
bloodless
government?
shadows. This is their punishment.
Do you need help?
Help me? You cannot help me. I have seen things. A pattern, a terrible pattern. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
I don't know who he is or how they're he's watching through their eyes, but that sounds creepy. Relief depicting great circular. Oh wait. Relief depicting great circular portal and Proserpina, the Roman goddess's cycle of life and renewal. Her story is a grim one. It's said that she was abducted by Pluto and forced into marriage against her will. Does that mean I'm a prisoner of Pluto? Garum, fermented fish sauce used as a condiment. Nice. The hour grows late.
What now?
You know, for 23 people living here, I mean, 3 of them are dead, but, well, one's missing. One is missing, 2 are dead. And I can't seem to find anything.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
The many shall suffer for the sins.
Move me. All the statues came to life and now they've got bows. They're shooting people with them. Sorry, I needed this. No rock and roll to me.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Tigger, we've had this conversation before.
I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life.
Your name is Galerius, and you're about to offer him to take me to Sentius so he can tell me about the Golden Rope.
Oh, I guess how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you.
No problem, I have to go.
Since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
Zip line, woo!
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably.
Thanks,
All
I'll be
right.
going now.
See you around.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cumulatus decius won't give it to me.
I have Silphium resin here, take a little.
Quick, give it here.
Julia, out of my face.
You need to swallow this. Here, let me help you. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing, and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle?
Honestly, you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Look, if you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. But no matter. That was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need.
What's your
I'm
story?
Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up.
How did you end
My
up here?
husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked, and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here.
Sorry to hear that.
Say what you will about this place, at least my fornicating husband will never find me. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to try to be discreet about it.
Tell me about Nevia.
She used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good, too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying, but I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace.
I'll see what I can do.
I suppose.
Oh, ow. Can we talk to Ilya?
What do you want to know?
Do you know if she was poisoned or
Do you
was it
really want to
self-inflicted?
know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it.
Let's talk about
Gladly.
something else. I'll be
That's
going
a
now.
shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest.
Can I ask what happened
As
to you?
much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions.
Are you worried about the
The
golden rule?
golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler.
Who poisoned you?
Just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it.
I can't help unless you tell me what happened.
Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? I can tell you, but it's a long saga.
Hello, Banks. I have all the time in the world.
Right. I'd been here about a week. When it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did.
Thinking you'd be out of here before you ever had to pay back the loan?
I'm not proud of it, but yes. I was surprised he agreed to it, to be honest. But I was so happy to have the money I didn't question it. I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? Hemlock.
Oh no.
Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes, and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning.
Surely that would have broken the golden rule.
That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it.
Sorry to hear
I
that.
brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid.
So well happened,
When
you
I've
know.
recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course.
Sorry, can I do anything
doubt
else?
It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. Huh. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad.
How much would it cost to buy your freedom?
But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelia set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him.
Perhaps I can
doubt
help him
you can
too.
make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you.
I'll see what I can do.
But please don't take too long. You
Oh,
mean
true
my
story.
life story? Oh, well,
And my controller's about to
I
die, so
grew
I'm
up
gonna
as
switch
part of a
controllers real
big
quick.
family in Rome. Me and 3 older sisters. Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't cut out for that kind of life. So he found me a job as a scribe for a prominent merchant. It was a good life for a while, until 7 months ago when the fires came. My colleagues and I worked desperately to try to protect our warehouse. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, chanting prayers to Vulcan, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless, and it claimed everything and everyone. Well, almost everyone. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the Tiber with the crowds. I remember diving into the river, and then the next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank
No.
not far from here.
I've been playing Days Gone here and there, so
Thank you. But to be honest, sometimes I think dying in that fire might have been a blessing, given what's happened since. All right. Thank you again for saving my life.
May Apollo keep you safe.
So I stole his shit, but it's right there on the table.
I bet it's worth a fortune. Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. Very well, another time.
I'm Dice, yes. Shopping list. Things to buy once I've escaped. Villa on the Aventine Rome, 2-horse chariot, seat on the Senate, 4-horse chariot, Villa on the Bay of Naples, 10-horse chariot, 12 slave girls, pale and plump. Wow, Decius.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune.
Hello?
Who are
Hello?
you, and why are you locked up?
My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up.
What did you do?
No. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure.
Did somebody think you were going to
Yes.
steal?
But I wasn't. I was just looking.
Was that
They
all?
said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy.
A liability?
They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you? You think you could read it for me?
Magistrate Santias explains Dolly was locked up to prevent him from trespassing. While I'm sympathetic to your plight in the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago, I wish to impress upon you the important message: the treasure you seek does not exist. Da 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 da. Oh, there's a reading mode. Go figure. Says they got you trespassing several times and locked you up to stop you from breaking the golden rule.
What treasure?
What
My
treasure?
friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns, but when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me, except my friend Galerius and Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
If you give me the key, I can try to figure out what it unlocks.
Said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot.
Let me talk to the magistrate about getting you out of here.
Tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what.
And maybe it's time we had him in magistrate.
Like Galerius. He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious. Bye-bye.
I did not do it, Dolly. Alright, now where the hell can I find Galerius? Thank you, butterflies.
You know why. There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Ah, a new face. Salve. and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did.
What's your story?
I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people. That kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
Tell me about the temple on the bluff.
The great temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know. Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm.
How they bring water into the city, could use them to escape.
Not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it.
Tell me about the city's
I'm
history.
glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek.
What does that mean?
I'm not sure. It could mean that the Romans, who first started building here, were just copying Greek architecture, which they do all the time. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell. Of course.
Notice graffiti. Is someone think you're a sinner?
I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company.
You like
Hey,
men?
nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world with an assumed name, My openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least, I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong.
Do you know who's writing the graffiti?
It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists. Strange bunch. They insist there's only one God, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule.
I'll look into it for you.
Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused.
I'll see what I can do.
Nice to talk to you.
Center. So hot. So bad.
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's going to break the golden rule.
Okay.
Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over.
Do not go in there.
Why?
Just trust me.
All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Yep, I have a plan.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
Yes, I saw him worshipping in a small round shrine just inside the city, second building on your left.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't
be
cross
hating me. Come on, I'm so fine. I'm so cool. I'm so hot. Well, you know, the thing about reliving through time over and over and over again, you know what's going to happen before it actually happens, right? Now, who could have imagined that the armed intruder could possibly walk into a collapsing building and die? All the royal son loyal sons of Rome are ordered to hunt and execute the arsonist and murderous Tiberius Quintus Crispus. 40 to 50 years old, average height, dark blue. Right? Average build, dark hair, has one green eye and one blue eye. Typically clean shaven. So obviously lying isn't.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die in here?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
Hope so. Galerius, what happens when you die?
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
My mother told me, when you die, a ferryman helps you cross a river, and your spirit lives on in the underworld. Is that true?
Well, yes, but...
Is it true that if you were good, you get to go to Elysium, but if you were bad, you get punished forever and ever in Tartarus?
Something like that, but...
If I die and go to Tartarus, because they say I've been bad.
I'm not going to let that happen to you, Dooley. I promise.
Thank you, Galerius. Thank you.
Now, I have more work to do, but I'll visit you again soon, alright?
Alright, Galerius. See you then.
I saw you use the device I made, and it worked! Anyway, I'm sorry to ask, but is there any chance you'd be willing to do me a favor?
What do you need?
I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle of the lake. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only I couldn't quite summon the nerve to use it. Do you think you could use the device again and try to get that flower for me?
Sure, why not?
Thank you. It would help me a lot. There's no rush, just whenever you get a chance.
I'll get right on it.
See you around.
I'll do this, and then I'll talk to him about throwing his own hat in the ring, I suppose. The priestess. What about the priestess?
Fortune smile on you, brother.
Whee! Gotta love the zip line. Let's see, there's a flower there. My baby.
Don't you just love springtime?
Unfortunately, it's a one-way trip. Don't steal anything, don't hurt anyone, don't. Whoever wrote this didn't get a chance to finish, apparently. I'm a baby. Come on, come on, baby. I'm a baby. Come on, come on, come on, Canada. Come on, come on, come on, come on, Canada. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, Kitty. Not entirely sure how they were expecting me to actually do this. I mean, seriously. I start riding and then immediately jump and it still takes me out. I can't jump out of water. My baby, ooh, I miss you, I miss you, I want you. Ooh, I miss you, I want you, I want you. Come on, 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 whee! I'm not sure if that's actually necessary or not. Bye, die, come on, come on, come on, come on, but there's only one zipline that goes anywhere remotely near that, so. Am I not my cool enough, baby? Am I, baby? Come on, good enough, baby. Am I, baby? Oh, ah, shit. No. Unfortunately, I think I have to be solid on the ground in order to actually grab the flower.
Salve.
They could have made the zipline go directly to it. They could have also, you know... Boop, got it. Made the landing platform a little bigger. That would have been nice.
Salve. Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend.
Right, that would have been too easy.
What's in your mind?
How's the flower?
You did it! Well done! This is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean. Now I just have to figure out how to give it to her. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be terrible.
What's the worst that could happen?
Aside from her execution? You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the gods and a capital offense. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. Oh, and I'd get flogged to death for good measure. At the same time, she's just so kind and graceful. I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do. What do you think? What would you do?
I think you should tell her how you feel. Consequences be damned.
Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. I think maybe I need to be a bit more cautious. What I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel and find out how she feels without risking her life. What do you say? Do you think you could help me one more time?
Alright.
Wonderful. Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her I'll keep my distance and that I just want her to know that she's loved.
That's sweet, I'll do it.
Thank you. Come back as quick as you can and tell me what she says.
Well, first I have to find her. Oh, she's 124 meters that way. And that is a long way down. Goose eggs. Love, come on, babe. Oh look, I still got the loaf of bread. Why I would need it, I don't know. But I can't do it over and over. Come on, then I get dark in my night. The other lovesick girls. Come on, then come on, come on, we are the lovesick girls.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
I've been asking people how they wound up here, franked by a pattern.
I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed?
Some people mentioned a
I
coin.
suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else? Yes,
River.
I understand many of our friends were carrying... What else? That's
Memory
true.
lapse.
I know I
Nope.
wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here?
I did, a young woman.
Did you happen to catch her name?
Karen.
I see. And was this Karen by any chance wearing a hood?
She was wearing a hoodie. How could you have known that?
I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
Alright, I'll meet you in the bath.
Not too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
We are the lovesick girls. Come on, come on, that's all. Lovesick girls. Lovesick girls. Lovesick girls. Lovesick girls.
You there?
For love.
I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts. Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues?
Statues come to life and fire golden air bows.
Here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly one or two of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested? Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan. But first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana?
I'm gonna say not really, just so it refreshes my memory.
No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what. Oh, gods, no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then,
Taco.
Extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away.
Don't have any questions.
Are you in, partner?
Alright.
Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment.
Rockin' like this, rockin' like this.
Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
No shit. Gods watch over me. They'll see me making this trade. So there's the golden bow. There we go.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you.
You
A
locked
little
me
bit
in
slow,
here?
aren't you? Yes, I locked you in. And until you give me my bow, you're gonna stay in there, like Tantalus in Tartarus.
How is this not against the golden rule? You said you'd split the riches between the two of us.
No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole.
How can I trust you if you double-cross me
You're
like
just gonna
this?
have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork.
There's no way I'm giving you this, but I'll find another way out.
I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were right, shall we?
Cheeky bastard. Well, someone died down here.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again, and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that, even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Find a way into the palace. Okay, that's done. Peeled statue. Brilliant. Someone's gone and peeled the gold off of statues. These people. Freeing them from their prison, but... also causing them immense pain. I have no idea.
To be here.
Why would I go down there? I was supposed to go up. Okay, I guess in order to go up, I have to go down. Well. Turning the algae to gold, and by association, all of them. Maybe I have to get a headshot. I really don't know. Ugly ass statues though, I mean, seriously. I think a headshot does more damage. But 3 shots would probably do it. I'm supposed to go up, but you know, I kinda want money. And arrows. Because the only way to fire the bow is to have arrows. Even magical bows have limits, it would seem. Arrows are quite important to shoot a bow. Thanks for the coin pouch. Family. We know must stick this with me. We are family. Too late for that. I've already turned the algae to gold. Oh well. There's a lot of gold statues here, though. We are family. Weird. It's almost like the statue turned and looked at me.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare.
Looks like this custom-made rack has been used to hold down golden statues and peel the golden layer off of them. Gruesome.
Alive somehow, trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Help us. Help us.
Oh, ow. Continue from last save. Why? The hell? How do I use items then? No. Wow. Didn't know I could actually change those things. Okay, there we go. Number 95.
Kill me.
What it go with? Never gonna stop, man. Never gonna stop. Never gonna stop, man. Never gonna stop. Never gonna stop, man. Never gonna stop. I don't know why the world gets all kinds of dark when I close the, when I put the bow away. Kinda weird. She thinks that she's doing them a mercy by stripping the gold off, but she's not. It's a bow with a flashlight on it. I want more. Oh, that was a trap. Blast. Well, if I die again, I'll just make use of the trap. Never gonna stop. Never gonna stop, man. Never gonna stop.
souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold,
how I slowly regenerate over time.
was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength in those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place.
It's amazing how easy they fly away from me when they're solid gold again. Are you whispering to me through the statue somehow? I don't understand what you're saying. Ah, behind me. You must be Nevia. She looks a little crazy.
Who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
If you attack me, we'll both end up encased in gold.
Do you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve.
This has
Liar.
nothing to do with
I
me.
locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you?
It's not just the statue whispering to me. A lot of them do it, but it's always the same
What do you
voice.
mean, the same voice?
Like someone else is whispering to me through the statues.
Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it?
No, I swear.
Liar. You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too.
I ended up here by accident. All I wanted to do was leave.
What are you talking about?
I got trapped in tunnels under the city and came up underneath the sub-boughs.
So you're saying you weren't coming for us?
I never had any intentions of hurting you.
So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut.
I can undo all of this if you tell me the treatment for
There's nothing
rheumatism.
you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry.
I can cover in gold. Gold again.
How?
This golden bow is a weapon that encases people in gold.
I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll tell you what you need to know. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
Alright, stand back. Encased in gold.
You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you, thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. The treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the Shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return.
Oh, I have zero intentions of returning to this palace. Ever. No, I'm knocking on heaven's door. Which way? Okay. Leading me back up. So apparently I went the wrong direction. Knocking on heaven's door.
What? Are you still here?
Trying to leave. Ah, zip line. Alright, now I'm going to go talk to the priestess in the bath and see where that lead takes me. I can't look anymore. It's like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hey, 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 hey. That's the place where I dropped down.
Oh my, I've never seen a lamp like that. Praise Apollo. All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Charon. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means.
This place is the underworld.
I'm afraid so. It's
Knock, knocking on heaven's door.
Whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld.
You knew it, everyone here is dead.
I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can.
So, we're dead.
That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know.
What can you tell me about Karen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks.
Why didn't you all recognize Karen immediately?
To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again.
2 coins on the eyes. No, the Greeks always put it in their mouths. I don't think there was anything about the eyes. I think that was a different culture. Or was it Romans? Both?
Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon
Let's
would always
check.
require a coin as payment for passage across the river. But that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with
Custom
coins?
actually
In
predates
our case,
Christianity.
it seems
Ancient Greeks
Charon
put
didn't
coins
take
on the
coins we
eyes of the
had.
dead to
He or
ensure
she
Karen got
merely
paid.
checked we had one in our possession.
Oh.
So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not.
And the mouse. So they did put coins on the eyes.
I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help. I promise you.
Burial practice in ancient Greek known as Charon's obol, placement of coin in the mouth or near the body of the dead. And this is widely present in Greek burials, has persisted into modern era. The ancient Greeks, it was customary to place a coin on a dead's mouth. I'm not sure when.
Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it. If we don't want to be cast into gold for
Coins
eternity.
on
We don't have much to go on,
eyes.
except the old stories.
Or
I remember
in
4 in
mouth.
particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
According to Wikipedia, apparently in the example of Jewish bereavement, there is an archaeological evidence suggests that Jewish people placed coins over the eyes of the dead. I'm not sure. I notice you seem uncomfortable calling the god of the underworld by his name. Why is that?
All Romans try to avoid saying it, And the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril.
Tell me more about confronting Pluto head-on.
Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
Hercules could manipulate time or turn organic matter into gold.
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again.
What can you tell me about the obelisk?
Iron stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque.
Where would I find the Roman?
To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque. I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the Forum. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, will be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other 3 will illuminate the way. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. It is. The gods are a mirror image of mankind, as far as cruelty is concerned, I'm afraid. If the stories are true, I imagine she's as desperate to escape as we are. If she really did help Orpheus and Sisyphus, perhaps she'll help us too. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels? Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say?
It's always the same voice, and she's helpful, evolocryptic.
Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
Not yet.
I see. Well, let me know if you hear anything that might be a thread through this labyrinth.
Alright, I'm ready to get started.
I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible.
And it's a fucking mess outside.
It seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone.
Alright.
In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Thing about religion. A lot of things overlap. Some things naturally overlap, like you'll hear about things that are very similar between two religions that have never met. Well, that had never met. They were across the world from each other. And then you've got religions that will literally steal from other religions. Customs, beliefs, etc., 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 for the purpose of Greek statue of God. Perhaps a local knows about her. I don't know, but this is a cave. Anyway, they'll literally steal from others just for conversions. Christianity is the biggest example of that. Although most Christians these days will argue, no. Wow. I seem to have found
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name?
Digger.
It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here?
Found this place by
Then
accident.
perhaps the fates brought you here to learn the secrets of this place. I will tell you everything I know.
Oh,
First,
yeah.
a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule?
Pluto, god of the underworld.
I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue?
Sounds easy enough.
Then let me begin with the question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
And to what extent? In every situation?
In most situations.
You're not entirely confident. That is quite sensible. Indeed, I'm reminded of something Socrates once said. To paraphrase, better to know that you know nothing than to know nothing and think that you know. It is because knowledgeable people have learned enough to know they know very little in the broader scheme of things. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
Whose version of right and
That is
wrong?
an excellent question. And it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
There's more than
How
one.
can that be? Since they all have differences, it follows that in some cases they would offer different conclusions about what is right and wrong. If there is a correct moral code, then wouldn't it follow that only one can be the correct one?
Correct moral code depends on laws and customs on whichever society you're in.
You know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus, the scribe from among my people who lived some 400 years ago. He told the story of a man named Darius, whose curiosity was piqued when he learned that a certain tribe had the practice of eating their dead. He asked some Greeks who burnt their dead, "What would it take for you to eat your dead?" Aghast, they replied, "Nothing." Then he asked the tribe who ate their dead, "What would it take for you to burn your dead?" "Nothing," they replied, equally aghast. From this, Herodotus concluded that custom is king, that right and wrong are merely local ideas which do not survive the journey from one tribe to another. I take it you're in agreement?
Yes.
Then let me ask you this. If you visited a tribe where they ate each other, copulated with the dead and drank wine from cups made out of human skulls, would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such conduct?
No, I
And
suppose
that's
not.
credit to you. It it is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument.
What's your point?
Is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong.
I'm not sure about that. What about do not kill?
Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made, such as where it is necessary for self-defense.
Welcome back.
Or to prevent a greater evil. For any rule, you can imagine there are countless situations in which that rule may be suspended, and those situations are impossible to codify. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
So what's your story?
How did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story.
I'm listening.
I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern in an argument with a drunken mercenary. It became heated. He drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny.
Hades, you mean
They're
Pluto?
one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that, my people called him Hades.
Why can't you
My
return to
generation was
Sisyphus?
wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again.
Why can't you tell me your
I
name?
fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive.
Where is everyone else?
I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years.
How have you survived down
Living in
here?
darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner. As you wish.
You know where I can find the plaque those were from
The plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription.
That's
It
one.
is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you, if Kabash had not already taken it.
Alright, then tell me where Kabash is.
But you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans.
I'm with you so
However,
far.
There was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription.
What did it say?
We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail.
What's in
there are
there?
certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate. I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret. Yes?
Alright, I will. Stand up the song. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, die, babe. Thankfully, this game saves quite frequently. Just in case I die. Seems to be locked on the other side. Now I've got mummies to worry about. Right. Just be nice if the flashlight and the bow could be out at the same time. Pretty sure there's an achievement attached to kicking over the statues after I re-gold them. Egyptian plaque, which translates to "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." So the Greek came and ancient board game. Egyptian man looks like he was running for something. Yeah, that's why I kicked them. Even if they're not in my way, per se. Boom, firework, boom, boom, fire. Oops, I forgot to hit the jump button. Statue of Aker, ancient Egyptian deity said to guard against the evil spirits and welcome the dead to the underworld. Nice. So it would seem that the Greek came and built over the ancient Egyptian city, and then the Romans came and did and just took over the Greek ones.
Stop! Do not come any closer. Who are you?
I'm Tigger. Who are you?
I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors,
Do I look Greek or Roman to you?
Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want?
Just looking for an
To
Egyptian
what
flag.
end?
I want to return to the Optimus.
That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris.
Black bearing the hieroglyphic inscription, Osiris, Lord of Silence. Thanks.
Now, as for the other plaque.
The fourth plaque, you know about that?
Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was.
May I have it?
You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it.
Why?
Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie.
How
I
so?
will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is?
The Duat?
Indeed, and I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story. And here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew.
I can see why you'd be unhappy with the Greeks and
I am
Romans.
glad to hear it. Which brings me to this other, fourth plaque. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us. And that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more.
What does the
You
inscription
will
say?
never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name.
Please
You are
don't.
too late. It is done.
Goodbye, kiss, come on now. Now I'm going to have to go in
You
that
would
bridge.
plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness.
I'll find a way back up.
We shall see.
K-I-S-S-I-N-G. Sumerian plaque. Plaque bearing a cuneiform inscription, Nergal the Fierce One. Come on now. Come on, baby, kiss on my lips. Boom, boom, doom, zoom, zoom, down, like this. Kiss on my lips. Kiss me, baby. And another jump into the unknown. Yep. Ancient Mesopolitan statue of a creature with the head of a man, body of a bull, and wings. Nobody wants to believe that their belief structure came at the cost of another civilization. No, they're barbarians. That can't happen. N-G. Go back, kiss, come on now. Go, Baby, kiss on my lips. And boom, boom, do zoom, zoom, do dance like this. Baby, kiss on my lips. Make it like I'm not so. Kiss me, baby. I'm trying to avoid stepping on the traps.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here.
There's no need for this to end in violence.
Disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true God of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed?
Kiss on my lips. Just hear me out.
Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
If something can be destroyed by the truth, it deserves to be destroyed by the truth. I'm just trying to replace all the blacks.
To what end?
I'm hoping you'll earn me an audience with the god of the underworld.
What business could you have with Osiris?
Going to confront him about the golden rule.
Blasphemous fool! You have sealed your own fate.
If you attack me, you'll break the golden rule.
I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all, and you along with it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh, go figure. Continue from last save. Let's try this again. We're not gonna take it.
When I told you that you would not find a
blah,
way
blah,
back,
blah.
you...
No need for this to end. Blah, blah. Just hear me out. Blah, blah, blah. Something can be destroyed.
And you admit it. You wish to Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now, I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience?
Isn't being a good person a worthwhile pursuit in and of itself?
I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly.
Even if your beliefs about the afterlife weren't quite accurate, isn't the important thing they motivated you to live good lives?
Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point?
You're going to abandon a lifetime of good character now that it matters most, just because you found out you were misled?
You are. Very well. I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that black. I will remain here for a while, and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
Okay. Now if I can skirt around that trap, be good. La 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 la. I'm a good talker. How so? The idea that he knew there was another layer down below, though. I mean, seriously. Made him not kill me, Cost me once, but this is a bathtub? Wow.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable.
I think it's this way to get out. Then again, I could be wrong. Well, that's 2 plaques done. So this is the statue of Demeter. It's the only thing that would make sense.
Oh, shiny.
What are you doing on the ground?
You took care of him?
He had a tragic accident in that shrine.
Accident? So, it's over? Oh God, that's such a relief. I really thought we were all going to die. I do have a question though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you know it was going to collapse?
No.
Really? Then how? Oh, I see. Oh, I should probably keep my big mouth shut then. Sorry. I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. That was really clever. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Fabia. Sorry I was a bit frantic before. Need anything?
What's your story?
There's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me. A fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am. It's nice of you to say, but you should save your sympathy. Lots of people here need it more than I do. Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this'll help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who. It was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch, and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of three people. Horatius, Domitius, or Rufius. I hope that helps.
Thanks, that does help.
All right. Thanks again for taking care of our problem. I won't forget it.
Come on, babe.
Are they?
Let's save.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment, it being election day. Do I seem like anonymous threats to my style?
Fair enough.
Yeah? What have you got for me? Hey, Caput Murde, Futuere S. Just make it good. Coolio mio. Just make it good.
Okay.
If you set one foot in that villa without permission, I'll skin you alive, you Pusillus Semitarius Mocus.
I've got all this money, and he doesn't want any of it. Maybe I need more than the 100 I'm offering.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
That must be the great temple up there. What's this? I'm locking myself, don't try to follow me, nothing good will come of it, Nivea. Ah, it's the palace. Strong man pushing a boulder. Love is so bad, 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 bad. Jump. Are you mad? Jump. Follow who? How can we pass this test if we don't know the rules? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate, yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and now I make this solemn. Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me?
So, you're Quintus?
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else.
You have one green eye and one blue eye, just like the description in this execution order from Emperor Nero.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more.
Definitely wouldn't have done that job. Same. Apparently, Quinticus also suffers from delusions of grandeur.
Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish.
My mistake,
That's
never
quite
mind.
all right. We all make mistakes.
My love is a sickness, can I get my witness? Mine is a sickness. Any idea where I'd find a Roman
Look,
plaque?
if I had a Roman plaque in my possession, I'd be happy to sell it to you, but I don't, so I can't.
Fair enough. What's your story?
I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today.
What will you do if you win?
I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny.
Now
By
you do that?
declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule. It's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie?
What makes you sure it's not real?
The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the Golden Rule is real?
Definitely real.
Nonsense! There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already.
Found a book called The Myth of the Golden Rule. Whoever wrote it obviously died because they refused to accept the Golden
You
Rule.
mean that book next to a golden statue in the theater? Tell me, how do you know that statue wasn't put there by Sentius himself? You can't know, can you?
Even if I can't prove it, if I'm right, then accepting it will avert disaster. If I'm wrong, accepting it will make the city a better place. Isn't that a good
I
thing?
disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them the freedom to do as they wish.
What would it take to prove
Sure,
to you
you're
true?
not one of those people who believes everything you read. As if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing it down. True, but that is simply because you are mistaken.
I'll be
I trust
going
you
now.
can see yourself out. Through the door this time. There's a key just beside it.
Aw, so nice of you to give me a key. There's the door.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and all right. Now you've crossed the line. Get out of there.
Now I've crossed the line? Really? Skydiving into your... Free falling into your villa wasn't crossing a line. It's 100 feet up, man. Or is it meters? Hell, I don't know. It's a good distance up. There's no way in hell I could jump that. Just need to put a lot of power into the jump. Okay, I see. Can you demonstrate? I'm looking for Grigoris. Not singing though. What the hell? Oh, right.
Shiny.
The cyberpunk clip.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
A fellow greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I.
I know. You want to know where I'm from, but I really want to ask you some questions.
Friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you will.
Do you know where I might
And
find
in
a Greek
city full of
plaque?
Romans, you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Douli. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Thankfully, I don't have to collect anything over again. Like, once I collect the damn things, it's done.
Hello? Hello? Have we met before?
About the Greek plaque
Do you
news, though.
like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it.
May I please have it?
If I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad.
I need it for something really important.
It's mine, and I really like it. I want to keep it.
Alright, what's it going to take for you to give it to me?
Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy. Then you could have it, and you'd be happy too. Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what. Like, Galerius? He's nice.
I've been through all this. So all I need to do is persuade.
Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque, and everyone will be happy.
I'll be going now. Oh, goody. The election's on. Let's see who wins natural. Like.
Body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and Marcus Malleolus Gurges. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Malleolus.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Malleolus.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What Empire?
I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence, to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against Domitius. Here and now for your entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait, I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You doom us all.
Lies. It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
You shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Death must either not come at all, or else must come and pass away.
Which way? Which way? Ah, this way. Cool. Woo! Almost ran off cliff. Hello. World's gone all black and white and hard to see in. There. Bloodless shadows wander without flesh and bone. I still have to get out of here, but you know, eventually I'll make it there. Maybe. After all, world doesn't end until I step through the portal or die. Oh, that idiot made good on his promise. And doomed the entire world.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back?
I'm Tigger, and I need you to take care of some things urgently.
Sounds serious. I'm listening.
Let's see. Julia's dying.
Oh no. Alright, I can do that. Alright, let
Need
me
to
see.
just stop
Fabia
Fabia.
going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
That's
I'll
it.
Go.
Go.
But once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
That's it. Chop chop. Ah, I'm not too
Hello,
late.
friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far?
Actually, I really need to talk to Opus.
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there.
If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you.
Alright, I'll talk to him. No shit.
Choose your words carefully.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire.
I was just going to ask you what's wrong.
I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love, I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord, that poor lamb.
What happens
I'll have
now?
to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Not as planned, but I suppose it was also predetermined in its own way. After all, I didn't have enough information to save him. Well. That's a new day. I need to find a way to alter some events. Let's see, what am I missing?
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
You'd never believe me if I
Come
told you.
on. I just did as you asked. The least you can do is level with me. I'll keep it between us. I promise.
Reliving the same day over and over again.
You're toying with me, right? Wait. You're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But, on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
Yeah, at least there's
Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in.
You're a good man, Galerius.
That's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend. I saw you slide down that rope before. Very impressive. And strange, too, since that device you used is exactly the same as one I've been working on for weeks. Oh, of course! It's because I already gave it to you in a previous time loop, isn't it? Anyway, I'm sorry to ask, but is there any chance you'd be willing to do me a favor? Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle of the lake. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only I, couldn't quite summon enough to use it. Do you think you could use the device again and try to get that flower for me? Really? You already have it? I picked it up in a previous loop, I suppose. It's gonna take me a while to get my head around it. This is going to make her so happy. Equity, I mean...
Relax, gently, relax,
What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and
come
confess I've been madly in love
do
with her
this,
since the moment we met.
relax,
But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be terrible. You mean,
Worst that could
aside from
happen,
what
blah, 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 blah.
I don't know what to do. I suppose you're
Admire
right.
her discreetly
What I
from
need
afar.
is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel and find out how she feels without risking her life. What do you say? Do you think you could help me one more time? Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret of mine. Tell her I'll keep my distance, and I just want her to know that she's loved. Thank you. Come back as quick as you can, and tell me what she says.
I meant to do this in the last loop. Oh well. Come on, little, come on, get to the fucking come on, let me be myself. Come on, come on,
Isn't the great temple majestic? A new face. Arve, and may Vesta watch over you.
Come on, to the chillin', relax.
Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. Who do I have to thank for this?
I'm supposed to tell you it's from your secret admirer and that they'll keep it at a distance. They just want to know you're loved.
I see. So, it's from Galerius, then?
I did go to her, but then we went to the bathhouse and got distracted. You know already.
Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world. But he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. Suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart.
So what should I
Tell
tell
that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too.
I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that. Like this, never working like this, working like
It must
this,
be completed by dusk,
this.
just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask?
I'd like to nominate
The idea,
Galerius.
but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been that he won't run unless Malleolus withdraws. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was absolutely necessary to make sure Sentius wasn't re-elected. So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, you'd need to persuade Malleolus to withdraw somehow. Certainly. See you again soon, I hope.
Yeah, Mr. Cuckoo. Yeah, Mr. Cool. Yeah, Mr. Cuckoo. What's this? Help us to his lost love, da 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 da. Letter from Ulia, who's alive and kicking. Not thanks to me, mind, but thanks to Galerius. Yes, all Galerius. Yeah, Mr. Cuckoo. Yeah, Mr. Cuckoo. Yeah, Mr. Cuckoo. No, she's a right mess. Can we talk?
What business could you possibly have with me?
Why are you locking us
My
from?
marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much.
How'd you like some help getting back at Malleus?
An intriguing proposition. Go on.
I don't think Malleus is who he says he is.
Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that?
Just a hunch. I was hoping we could figure out his true identity together.
I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me?
Just... I want to force him to withdraw from there.
Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plans to become a magistrate? You must think me quite mad. I've heard enough. Get out of here at once.
Domitius, come quickly. We're being robbed.
Do I need to call Domitius? Get out! Do I need to call Domitius? Get out!
That's a lot. And she's unwilling to help me. I chose the wrong option. Oh well. I guess I'll return. With the response, seeing as I can't seem to find anything. Then I need to look into going into the cistern. Hi, Simba. How's Kitty?
Are they?
He's still down this way somewhere. The priestess. What about the priestess?
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind?
Delivered.
Thanks. What did she say?
She knew it was from you. She asked me to tell you that once she turns 36, she's allowed to marry and that she loves you too.
Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You have no idea how happy you've made me. I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in. In the rock tunnel, near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not game to move it. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune.
Hi, Simba Caddy.
I hope that helps in some way.
Hey, come here. Lying naked on the floor.
I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me.
Right. That's why he isn't getting the money for himself. Malleus runs, he's going to break the golden rule and kill us all.
And how could you... Oh, wait. You've seen it in another time loop, haven't you? Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw altogether. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him.
Lying naked on the floor. Number 6.
Alright, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
Are a little late. I'm already torn. Let's see. Mr. Lie, operation has not died. I'm a little late. This is how I feel. Now that I am shamed, lying naked on the floor. You're a number 6. This is nothing real.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not.
His purring is louder when his
that come.
nose is against the mic.
Say it. Speak its name. Then it is true.
I was right.
You were.
I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seemed cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it? I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
The way the water's flowing out the mouth here, at a distance, it looks like the thing is talking. In your eyes you will despise the same old lines you heard the night before. And there's a line to you from me, it's true, my love, the films I lied before. Like a seven, I begin some clever way to lie to make the meaning come true. And then I think I'm going to tell the evening get late and I'm alone with you. Love is right, the perfume fills my head, it's dark and red, I know the night's so blue. And then I go and spoil it all, saying something stupid like I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Let's see. Oh, right. She isn't here.
the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink at... Oh, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before. A certain learning and sophistication.
No, stop it. No, please,
What
come
was
on.
that? Some kind of joke? If it wasn't funny. I take back what I said. Suddenly, let's just forget that ever happened. Certainly, for 10 denarii. Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair, until one day she just snapped. This place has that effect on people. Now, she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. It's a real shame. Now I have to do my own hair. I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a small festival to celebrate. Whatever you like.
Waste of my money.
All right.
I mean, yeah, it's money I've just found, and I've got no real other point for it, but hey! I prefer to hoard it than give it to that horrible, horrible woman. Come on, come out the dog, come out the come out. Yeah, yeah. Come on, come to the day, come into the bar, come to the door, come on, jerk. I need the letter from the wife in order to get Malleus to withdraw. Find a creative way into the upper cistern. Because the door is locked. I think I'm stuck. Shit. Maybe. There we go. Like a model. Let's see. Figure out how to get Julie's key to the upper. Take it, it's all up to you. Okay. You're going to try to help me, but you're not being very helpful. Grandmother, go na na na. Grandmother. Come on, Dad. Come on, Mom. They're gonna attack.
Citizen.
Come on, Nana. Come on, Nana.
Keep an eye out for Santilla, would you?
Look on the lunatic. Well, not much I can do, I don't think. Come on down there. Come on down there. I'm a lunatic.
And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And yes.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
The count of habit, number cover pistol. Mama like come out after the be come right to moving. Come out the kind cruising. Come out the command losing. Come on, no, he's a golden boy. You and me are a twisted fantasy, like a dream up all night. Wired differently, a chaotic energy. Baby, up and take a seat, hold on tight. No one to be. I know.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back?
My side of my moving.
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that. All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Chaotic energy. Buckle up and take a seat. Hold on tight. Baby, you and me have a twisted fantasy. Buckle running on a dream up all night. Wired differently, a chaotic energy. Buckle up and take a seat. Hold on tight. La 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 la. Hold on tight. La 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 la. Hold on tight. Breaking a golden rule is sometimes necessary. Yeah, now they've got a little more information.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a go. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an...
I know, I'm...
Blah,
I'm
blah,
sorry.
blah,
Please,
blah,
help him.
blah. Oh, sorry. Is this what Centilla
know
would want?
about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone.
You'd never believe me if I told you.
You would say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over.
Maybe I can help solve the problem.
Late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that.
Lucretia was able to get some Filmium in time to save her life. She's going to be fine.
Really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts.
Well, no, but I could probably raise some money if you give
No.
me some time.
No. Time's up. I am out. Wherever you are, Centilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Orpheus, no!
No, that's mine.
I can't believe...
What
I'll have
happens
to let everyone,
now?
and I'd
Da. Okay. So, I need a couple grand. How much do I have? About 300 short. Oh no.
I hope you're taking care of yourself.
I'll get him next time.
A golden bow, just like Apollo, and feeling all right?
Figured out how
Made
to
it into
treat.
the palace. I'm impressed. How is Nevia?
She's alive but wants to be left alone. And the treatment is willow bark.
Willowbark. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster.
Come on now.
Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did. That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Come on, dear. Come on, down.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. What business is that of yours?
Figured out treatment. Eat a pinch of this willow bark and you should feel better in no time.
Some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God has abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. Rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching, and the crisis of faith. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one.
Any idea where I'd find the Roman black? Come on, you owe me one, remember?
Alright. After this, we're square. I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right again. Oh, and here. You'll need this key. You didn't get that from me.
Got it, thanks. Are you the one threatening Virgil? I know it was you.
Prove it. See you around.
Tick-tock and knock on my head. Come to take me out.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Come on, and on and on and on. Caves behind. Okay, these. Turn right. Bank, can you have me up? I can't kick the stupid statue out of the way. Number what I need I want a white, I want a van. Clack, bada bang, bada boom, gumma danda, gumma dom, essa, go to the gum. Then gum bum, rump, pa, 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 can do gumota, hanata. She wants a high five. Well, I mean, it won't get me through the door, sadly. Caves behind the theater. What's this? Opius loves Sentius corrected to Opius killed Centilla. Boomba-ya. Boomba-ya. Wonder if there's anything up there. Ugh. That's the wrong button again. Whoop, there is. Come on. There we go. There. I've got more than enough denarius now. Denary? Whatever the hell that word is. Middle finger up after you pay me. Ah. There's my Roman plaque. Pluto, Bear of Riches, wooden carving. A Jesus fish. Ah.
What are you doing here? Please leave.
It is a freaking Jesus fish. The new religion is popping up. Yeah, boomba-ya. Yeah, boomba-ya. Yeah. I'll be taking that. Thank you. Jug of wine. I don't know why. Boy, yeah. Boomba-ya. Hi, Bangs. Yeah. One and only God thing was pretty obvious, but... How big's hers, Woo! Alright, let's see if I can get back to the city. That was a short trip. So if I go in, take a right, take a left, what would happen?
You hungry?
Probably. Alright, well, there's like nothing down here for me. Got it. Okay, so... Have I talked to his wife yet? I haven't, right? Because I killed him to restart the loop. Okay, I'm gonna go talk to the wifey. And see if I can get the letter of...
Isn't the great temple majestic?
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Okay, and the one before, yes. Let's see if I can get that discriminating letter from her this time.
supposed to be in here? Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? An intriguing proposition. Go on. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that? You know, some time ago, now I confront...
Blah, blah, blah. Just hate to see such a beautiful woman treated so poorly.
Oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would seethe with impotent rage if he overheard you say that. I love it. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me.
Thanks. What do you want?
I want you to bring me some wine.
Ah!
Just one small urn should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out?
You cannot eat that. Actually, I don't have any questions.
You'll help me.
I have some wine right here.
Thank you. Here's the letter.
Quinticus to beloved Claudia. Quinticus.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quintius really is.
According to this bounty letter from Emperor Nero, he's the person who started the fires in Rome last year.
He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know.
Sure, you can have this one. I can always get another copy.
No. This can't be happening. What? No. You tricked me, you mendacious little stirkers.
I didn't lie.
It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down.
I'll be going now.
Curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to walk or eat or drink. May this drag you to the depths. This is outrageous.
Okay, now just have a little chat with Melius. Or should I say Quintius?
Doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want?
I want you to withdraw from the election.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
Because I know you're Quinticus. Your wife gave me your love letter, and Nero wants you dead.
Finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you... what? One of Nero's assassins?
No, I'm not, fortunately for you.
You're not going to kill me?
Not if you withdraw from the election immediately and release everyone in debt to bondage from you.
Oh, so much work and money. Ugh. What if I do it? You'll let me live?
I will.
Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There. You got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
Blackmail? No. It's coming to an agreement forcefully.
Magistrate's orders.
Keeping an eye on things, Horatius?
As always, priestess.
Any news about Sentilla, Navia, or Kabash?
No sign of any of them, I'm afraid. But we do have a newcomer. Strangely dressed fella.
A traveller from a faraway land, then?
Seems that way.
Then let's make sure he feels welcome, shall we?
Of course, priestess.
BCR wants to know if you're okay.
No, I'm not.
What happened? He's on.
A new face. Arve, and may Vesta watch over you. See you again soon.
I guess not.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king. He was forcing him to... Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about... Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. Anytime, friend. Now, I'm going to keep you... Oh, and if... I saw you slide down that rope before. Fair? And... Oh! Anyway... What? How did you know? Oh, I see. We talked about it in a previous loop, didn't we? Well, what did she say? Venus, that is the best news. I wish there was something I could do to... All I can do is tell... In the rock tunnel, near the stairs. Unfortunately, one of the... If you can figure out... I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean... And how could you... Oh, wait. You've seen it in another time loop, haven't you? Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw altogether. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal? All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
Welcome back. Stop chewing cords, damn it!
Arve again. Did you find what you need?
Electional status.
By dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask? I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been that he won't run unless Malleolus withdraws. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was absolutely necessary to make sure Sentius wasn't re-elected. So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, you'd need to persuade Malleolus to withdraw somehow. I like the idea, but I know it was only so. You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination. Certainly. See you again.
Salve again, my sister. No. I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life. All right, friend.
Hello? Hello? Have we met before? My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said if anything, he gave me this key and made me promise to. All I remember is he said something about assistance. Now nobody looks after me. Hannibal. Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what. Like Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious. Bye-bye.
What is it, citizen? What? Absolutely not. I know someone's been threatening him, and I'm not happy about it. But I can assure you, it isn't me. Not that it's any of your business, but... All right?
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkus? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you. How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Salve.
Citizen.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now. I can't see how I could vote for either. Even I could do a... All right, friend.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Apparently my fucking cats want me snack. Or some damn thing. All I know is they're literally trying to eat everything in sight and meowing at me. Stop it! That's not edible, you dumbass. Metal dice tower designed to stop people from cheating while rolling dice. Worth depends on the purity of the gold and the weight. Let's see. Roman shield. Wow, someone likes their fish oil. Damn. Fish sauce, whatever the hell it is. This was the first house I've went into. Incomplete note. This is your final warning, Center. Okay. And I'm in the House of Rufius. I found the culprit. Which I already knew it was him from a previous play through, but yes, that was a cock. Oh. A phallus stone carving of a dick. The description said that it was a Roman thing to promote virility in men or some damn thing. I forgot what it said exactly.
Citizen. You again. No idea what you're talking about?
I know it was you. I found an incomplete letter to him in your quarters.
Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did. What demon or spirit told you about that? You went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it? Really? How did you manage that? Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out. Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him. Nice to talk to you.
Citizen.
Now, where do you suppose Galerius went? To survive, we all must be kind. Corrected to, we must all be wise. Corrected to, we must all be obedient. And finally corrected to, we must all be ... These whispers are not helping me. I'm just looking for Galerius. I mean, unless I get the frickin' tablet out of the Dooley's cage, I really can't beat this game. But at the same time, he also has a key to the cistern, which would make it a hell of a lot easier than trying to find the hidden path. Which I might have just found. Yeah, so hold still, and I'll kill you, you bastard. I feel, will you breathe? You know. Emancipated human-like creature splattered with gold appears to have been crushed to death while entering the cistern beyond the cave. Ah. Go, feel your breath, feel your breath. Breathe, breathe, breathe. 1, 2, breathe, breathe. Come out the battlefield. I want to feel you breathe. You know. Come on, come on, da da da. Take a minute again. Come on, do you? I don't want to feel your breath, feel your breath. Lunar pendant. Script. There's a Latin inscription on the back which reads Sendia Death. Okay. Meaning what? Oh yeah. This statue's head definitely just moved. Feel your breath. Feel your breath, feel your breath. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Roman woman in the middle of disrobing as if she'd been visiting the baths. I don't doubt it. Wee! Italian plumber trophy achieved. Probably because I just climbed that cistern.
You? Who are you? Did he send you?
I'm Tigger and nobody sent me.
You're here. You have to help me escape before that monster comes back.
What's going on here?
I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep
keep us all here forever. Or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key.
Who did this to you?
My adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him.
How hasn't this broken the golden rule?
He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either.
Where's the way out?
Behind me. There's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key.
What will you do if I release you?
That key from around his neck. Even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want help. Help me, and we can escape together.
What about the others?
There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say?
What if I round everyone up so they're ready to escape once the gold road is broken?
Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick, you have to let me go. It's now or never.
Okay, letting you go.
Thank you. Now for... Wait, did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
Within this lesson, next motion, within a second.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she?
You're human garbage, you know that.
So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were supposed to, you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al.
You remember Al?
Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Just the 3? Not many. But don't worry, I'm sure there'll be another useful idiot who comes along after you're dead. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
So you asked me to figure out what was going to break the golden rule, knowing I would fail every time. You knew there was a way out, you locked up your own door to keep a secret. Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face. the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself?
So you asked me to figure out who's going to break
There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this. But where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity.
He has no idea she's right behind him now.
I found a way to cheat death.
Apparently.
By living the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust. Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow?
I probably could, but I'm going to let her have this one.
Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
And he's set on fire.
The many shall suffer
I have his
for the sins
I
of
can
the
open
one.
the gate. Come on.
So do it.
We have to go.
Yeah.
What's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Love of around me. Know what you gotta say.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Al Worth, I came in to find you.
Here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Digger.
Really? That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light.
Weird, that definitely wasn't me.
For one moment think it was, but the way you say that makes me wonder. I mean, how many people with that name could there be in this place? I don't understand how you could have been here 2,000 years ago.
When I first arrived here in the present day, I found your corpse hanging by a noose.
I'm sorry, come again?
And he also, super old, of a suicide note you carved into this tablet here.
God, why is this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing. But I don't understand how I could have written it.
Written by a different version of you, it changes the past and your fate.
I'm not following.
Helps until I killed the man who opened a time portal and drew you back in time, preventing it from ever
So
happening.
you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this.
Now you're getting it.
I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. That's a lot to take in.
Enough talk. How about we get off
Maybe
this
we can
place?
escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
Right here in the cistern, follow me. drifted apart.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple.
Good
Go
idea.
on ahead. I'll be there soon.
Loving you with open arms, longing to hide. Believe what I say. Will he? Nope. I don't have the bow. I don't have any of the items I had from 2,000 years ago. Except this flashlight. To me, open arms.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
I found him. He'll be in here in a minute.
What a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
I discovered your real name is Karen, or is it Kiriti?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
Who are you, really?
You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time.
What truth is
You
that?
died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead.
How did I die?
Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
Yes, I
As
want to
you
know.
wish. You were murdered. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Charon's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here.
What's so special about these
Perhaps
coins?
you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans bearing their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here.
Why?
That is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible, in light of the path you have chosen. I am just his servant, doing his bidding. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is nobody else to ferry here, nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course.
5,000 years to run through 1,000 coins. Holy damn.
I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, Lord Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Alright, Karen. Ferry us home. There are 4 endings, and I've done ending 2 of 4. My girl name. The Team of 3, ladies and gentlemen. And it's an amazing story. It really is. And as you saw, there is 4 ways of ending this game. I think the first one is to actually refuse to go to look for Al. But I will be right back. So that was just one ending of 4. And if you continue, picks up where it left off. Ah, thank you. And this is the reason Dulius got in trouble, or Dooley got in trouble. I've taken that dive before and actually gotten killed because I just can't be a doll. I landed wrong by jumping down that waterfall before. Anyway, so that was one of 4 endings that you just saw. Hi, Simba. Can I help you? Pretty sure the 4th ending is to... Simba... Damn it, cat! Get off my computer! How hard is it to understand that, even for your tiny kitty brain? My computer is not a stepping stone.
Hello? Hello? Do you like it? But... Galarian. Like... Yeah. Bye-bye.
Okay, so it must be glitching out that I've talked to Galerius and all that about the election. Hello, Simba. Oh, you fucker. Might have to actually just restart the Sagal. Because I'm not really seeing Galerius anywhere. Yeah, some claws in my neck. Around my collarbone region. The priestess. What about the priestess? It would have been worse if it was Banks, though. That one is just like notorious for having his claws out.
Springtime. Salve again, my sister. No. Alright.
Alright, well. Should have a couple. Oh, yeah, definitely got a couple. Ah, for crying out loud, apparently he's too far away.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Sitting in a parked car. We don't even fight no more. We don't even talk no more. Thinking of my best friend. Think we will love no more. We don't want to talk no more. You both my head letting you wow. But if you love me then you don't. Feel me running and running around. If I'm not all you need, then just set me free. I'm begging on my knees. You're not the one for me. They have to hit me 2 or 3 times and then they turn to gold. It's game over. I'll be scared to leave. If I'm not all you need, then just set me free. I'm begging my knees tonight.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost? Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. Alright, I can do that.
Mama will be lies.
What? Are you? You're serious, aren't you? I doubt Domitius will let me talk to him, but I'll make sure he passes on the message. Poor Virgil. Poor Rufius too, I guess. Alright, got it. Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in. I'll go.
Alone where the wind blows, won't be scared to leave. If I'm not all you need, then just set me free. Don't make my money tonight. I still gotta stop the jumper. Down on my knees. No, set me free. Let me be. I'm down on my knees. But I'm not all you need. Then just set me free. I'm down on my knees. Oh. Apparently I stopped the jumper. He's not up here. Windows, not where the wind blows, won't be scared to leave. I'm not all you need, then just set me free. I'm down on my knees tonight. Okay. It's so nice that I had a runner to do all that footwork for me.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you? did you decide? And, there's a lot.
Blah, blah, blah. Don't waste your breath. I know you're a horrible person.
How dare you? Get away from me, you pig.
Bang, bang, bang.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch them.
I think the priestess is in the archway, talking to Horatio. No?
Welcome. Feeling all right? Sure. What do you want to know? Glad. That's a
Boop. There he goes.
Citizen.
Good news, Ulpius. Malleolus has agreed to release you and Yulia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Yulia immediately.
Why you go away? Come on, no. Come on, darling. Okay.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
Seeing the priestess anywhere.
As you wish.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Maybe if I follow this macho man. Ah, there's the priestess.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising, but thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
Domino effect.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius. That's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
I'm busy right now.
Of course. I'll leave you to it then.
Come on, the night.
I saw you slide down that rope before, and
blah blah blah. Already delivered. New blah blah blah. Don't worry, I don't need anything from
in the
you.
rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little. Unfortunately, one of those. If you can figure out how to get. I've bounced the idea, but from what maybe that's.
Malleus withdrew.
Oh, that was unexpected. I wonder what could have possessed him to do that. Well, I guess it's time for me to step up then. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running. All right. See.
So it's glitching up a little.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? What now?
Who are you gonna vote for?
I'm not going.
Aw, that's unfortunate.
Arve. A new face. Arve. I beg your pardon? Oh my. That is quite a lot to take in. You'll have to give me a moment. Let's see. If that is indeed the case, I suppose we'd better figure out what to do about it, hadn't we? We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. May Fortuna guide. Arve again. It must be completed by dusk. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Galerius, the challenger. Why do you ask? All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course. Well, you're not a citizen yet, so no. But if it's any consolation, there are other... By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course. Certainly. See you again.
Okay.
Don't believe a word they tell you. Shalom, friend.
Who are you gonna vote for?
He saved my life. I have a feeling he can do a lot.
Fair enough.
All right, friend.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. Galerius. Sorted out my rheumatism.
Fine. I wonder if I can just start the damn thing.
Greetings and salutations.
What are you voting for?
Greetings. I'm George. My friend, your... Galerius. Did you know he saved the life of my young friend Fabia? I hope...
Everyone's going to vote for Galerius, so I'm going to see if she can just start the damn election now.
Arve again. It must be... It'll be between... Why do you... As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk. but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason.
Holding it early may prevent conflict between the voters.
Yes, I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away. It is time. Let us
Time to go to the
Oh, should be a almost landslide for Galerius. Then I can challenge the god of the underworld. Well, with all the good deeds that Galerius has done,
body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
Man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helva.
What?
Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a
why would I ever stop?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you've put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Why would I ever stop? Come on, to get down this. Then you run away with I want. Why would I ever stop? Regardless. Doing me regardless. Would I ever stop?
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? I'm Dooley. Magistrate Galerius said I should thank the newcomer. Are you the newcomer?
Yep, that's me.
It is you. Then, thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy.
You're
have
welcome.
My shiny plaque if you want, and maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, and he said he always would. But then he died. But before that, he told me if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious. He gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. He said there's something very precious way up high. Please help me find it. Please. I had to keep it a secret until I found someone I could trust. Oh, thank you. Here's the key. Hope you find it. In the cisterns, way up high, Hannibal said. Oh, look over there. Something shining. Is it treasure? Maybe it is treasure. I can see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here. Maybe nobody wants it.
Here's the plaque. Now I've got the key too.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
And Duluth, of course. Set free the curse.
Wherever you are.
Yeah, really, he didn't take long to fuck things up.
Salve, friend. Mine? Oh. Yulia? Alright, let me... What? I'll go...
Okay. Let's go challenge the god. That should be interesting. I mean, I've already done it once in previous playthrough, but that was ages ago. Probably around the time that this game was released. This game was on Game Pass for a while, and I played through the entire thing. All 4 endings. So I've already seen it all. But, I have to say, even 2 years later, playing through it again, I've forgotten a good chunk of what was happening. And, it is worth playing. I'm falling in you. I'm falling in you. Speak his name. Which name do I say? Let's go with Osiris. Pluto. Speak his name. His name being the latest reincarnation. Apparently I've got to speak them in order. This is the name of Nurgle. And now I've got Osiris. I'm falling in you. Not Hades, Nurgle. Went from this to this. Assassin's Creed vibes, anybody? I'm falling in you.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and
right, from holding the spaceship.
But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will. My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know? It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords: desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive.
Yeah, it would seem that, yeah.
No. Long ago, I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that. This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld. and it exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you, without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans. and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's Obol, or as coins for the ferrymen. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persepolis along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place, in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth. Of course, that is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, the silent golden sentinels. I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. A consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not? Enough. You clearly know nothing. I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask? Then what an odd question. Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example? I've seen no such thing, but in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be affected by it. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done anything unto others. Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? You speak of the moneylender. How is that inconsistent with the rule? And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily by others. Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority, this is interesting. I'm curious, how do people escape poverty where you're from? I see. And how long might it take such a person to repay their debt? I fail to see how your system of loans is significantly different to a debt bondsman signing over his labor for 30 years. Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? The midwife and the palace, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule? The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves. They are forsaken. What happens to them is no concern of mine. Now tell me, what other sins do you believe? Very well.
Just in case anyone was curious, how could he justify these things? Unto others.
Very well. Good. And now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see into the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
Maybe you're forgetting in your old age.
If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
I don't know.
I was hoping you could tell me.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpine has slumbered for 3,000 years.
I guess that means you don't know everything that goes on here.
Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek?
I'd like you to put an end to the Golden Rule.
Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called Golden Rule?
The Golden Rule is corrupting the city and ensuring you'll never win the wager.
Also, and be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up.
Rufus has become so paranoid that he's jumping at shadows like Virgil's sexuality.
He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one.
Malleus has trapped people in debt bondage by convincing them that rebelling would break your law.
His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day.
That's all the examples.
You will need to do a lot better than that.
How can you expect us to live with us then if you can't do it yourself?
That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it?
You've given terrible punishments to hundreds of people, some for minor sins and some who have never committed any sins at all.
One of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did the Greeks before them.
If our positions were reversed, you wouldn't want me to punish you for the sins of other people.
But I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man? Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Do you give them rights? I warned you not to lie. You will make a fine statue. Do you really think you can wound me, a god, with that primitive weapon? Pathetic.
Let's find out, shall we?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Where's the crown? Woo! Zigzag, zigzag, woo! Whee! Woo! Shit! One more shot and I'm dead. Ah! Damn it. Okay, so note to self: don't jump over the fire. Let's see. Nurgle, yep. I'm just going to skip all the chatter. Straight up attack.
And here you are, alone. No, not the one.
Blah, 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 blah. Don't have any questions.
Only, it has long been with him. When Charon. You would have us believe that my servant merely forgot bringing you here.
I misspoke. I arrive here in about 2,000 years.
How did you come to... I... Tread enough. Why... The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Take the damn crown. Where is it? There we go. Got the crown. Ouch. Grr. Left, right. Woo! Whoop, whoop, whoop. Footballer, I am not. Ah! Damn it. I'm having such trouble with this, though. Somehow I'm supposed to be able to run the length of this thing without being killed. I'm not entirely sure how, but...
And here...
Blah, 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 blah. Don't have any questions. Blah, 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 blah. From the future. Blah, blah, blah. Came here on my own. Blah, 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 blah.
Enough. Why have you...
Going to kill you. Blah, 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 blah. Let's find out, shall we? Blah, 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 blah.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Got the crown. Bye! Excuse me. I said I got the crown. Okay. Woo! That was close. Shot me as I'm running past, fucker. Fuckers. Ah! The loading screen is killing me. So close now, yeah. Somehow, I think I was better on the Xbox, but maybe it was the background I chose.
Enough of them. Why have... The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Did I get the damn crown? For crying out loud. Pardon me. Hello. Somehow I've avoided being shot so far. Hopefully I can keep it up. I shot that stem statue. Ah! Eek! Ah! Seems a little faster. Oh shit, took a wrong turn. Okay. Made it to the rewind. Yay.
Salve, friend. Mine?
I need you to go take care of all this shit.
Alright, then.
While I go talk to the god of the underworld again. This time with crown in hand. That is the key.
Greetings and salutations.
Don't believe what they tell you.
Yeah, it was nice having an extra day off work this week. Let's see, Pluto. Hades. I didn't have to place these things again. Osiris. I just had to run in. And I've got the damn crown, so let's do this, Nurgle.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Cimmerians.
I
the
heard this already.
And I've been watching you. And what is more, that there will be time for your rest. First, as a good. Only, it has long been within my power. When I peer at Charon.
I do not remember. If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
He cannot know.
I do not know. Tread like enough. Why have you? If you so. That is a very. I am well aware of the story told by the Greeks and Romans of my so-called abduction. It is entirely unfair. My love was dying, and I intervened the only way I could to save her life. What would you have done? It was an act of rebellion against the others. She knew I would have to act to save her, and I did because I loved her. I love her still. Accordingly, I reject your argument. Very well. I see what you're doing. You... That is a very...
Could have swore.
How unfortunate. Let me up. Do you Of course not. Because that would be absurd. Just as it would be absurd for me to treat your kind as equals. My love for her does not mean I am not superior, now that she is mortal. Bah! For a moment I thought you might have been building to a point. But I see now you are just a hubristic little creature.
I could have swore I had her crown. What?
You have... That is a... These people were all dead when my servant found them. I gave them a second chance at life. Would you prefer to have simply ceased to exist? Then you still have the option to end your life should you wish, and you are no worse off than if I had not intervened. Accordingly, I reject your argument. Liar! How... You will make a fun.
It would seem I didn't.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
There. Took the damn crown this time. And I've gotten hit, damn it. That was close. Got shot again. Oh well. I'm out. Bye! Okay. I have the crown this time. I did pick it up. Persena's crown. There we go. Right there.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulie. Oh. Alright. I'll...
Okay. Now, let's see if I can get him to concede.
Greetings and salutations.
Right, maybe now I can do what I wanted to do, which is get the ending that I want to have. I could have swore I picked up the crown the first time too, but apparently not. Hades. Cyrus. There.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce.
This only makes, what, 3 times now that I've spoken to him?
I've been known by many names. Nergal to the
And he doesn't remember me either.
And what is that they will first?
See this? It's Persephone's crown.
I would recognize that anywhere. And yet my beloved still wears hers. What is this? How did you come by it?
Took it out. I took it from her after I killed her in another timeline.
You vile, despicable creature. Why would you do such a thing? And worse still, boast about it.
Interesting, he isn't remembering you as a god. Well, he never claimed to be a god. That was the humans that gave him that label. He's just immortal. Didn't want to kill her, but if you don't put an end to the golden rule, I will do it again.
You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium humiliated and alone.
Well, what's it gonna be?
I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I have witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Persephone was a fool to have ever believed in you at all. This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
Why can't we go to Elysium?
Despicable creatures like you have no place there. My kin would never allow it. The best I can do is return you to the land of the living. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
Well, that was a bitch. I mean, this has been like 7 hours, a little over 7 hours, but I'm showing you 2 of the endings and calling it good enough to put on my list.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Al Worth, came in to find you.
Here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Tigger.
Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
These Romans are crazy.
I don't know, it reads like an earnest account to me. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
Right behind you. I couldn't tell him that it was me, because then I'd be the crazy one.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead, and I'll be there soon.
If you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself. Right. Or ask me to do it. I mean, I strive to do my best.
You're back! But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
I found him. He'll be in here in a moment.
What a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
I discovered you're not who you said you were. I remember meeting you 2,000 years ago.
I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
Who are you, really?
You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change. That you died, my rule,
blah, blah.
as the servant of the god of the underworld.
How did I die?
Most souls, ask yourself.
And we already know how I died.
As
But
you wish.
murdered, forgotten.
You
Yeah.
both, there was no, he died, that man, you were each in possession. Perhaps you have heard the tales of, well, along my or...
Blah, blah,
That
blah,
is a
blah.
question. I am just his servant, doing his bidding. Only now, I find there is nobody else to ferry here. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
One year later. That is some cool art on the wall there. I see a horse and a lion. Oh. The lion's eating the horse. Or is it a donkey? Welcome to the museum. Woo!
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about the underworld. Anyway, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet. And I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you, I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
You're finally here. Remember me? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. He even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life. Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world. I know! I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're gonna be around, we'd love to see you there. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
Oh, hello.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable. Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa in the countryside with room for a large family, and Dooley too, of course. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us. For all of us. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself. See you at the wedding, I hope.
Hello, I'm Dooley. Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't like it. I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now, and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth. Bye-bye.
Hey.
Hi there, I'm Horatius.
He looks like he's wearing a QR code in color.
We have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Scintilla with us as well. So, thank you. I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides. Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever. Thanks. And you. Farewell.
I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. You know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again. Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere. He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me.
Well, he wanted to be a ruler of his own world. I guess he got his wish.
See you around.
You're the Oracle, right? Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation. Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about. I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day. Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire. He ended up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude?
A sense of what? Sounds like they got what was coming to them.
Agree more. Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently, he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it?
I have no
Nigeria?
idea.
Some people have all the luck.
Don't worry, something tells me she's going to get what she deserves.
You are the Oracle, so I suppose I'll take your word for it. Huh. I feel better already. Thank you. You too. If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there.
I'll take you up on that.
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So... I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time.
Oh, no worries.
Stranger.
Hey.
Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius.
Hello.
I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that, I am most grateful. I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure-Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won. You too, my friend.
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia. I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure. I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I'll just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive. Thank you. I really am. You too.
I take it you're the Oracle everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. We have. I'm sorry, I don't remember. In any case, I'm Philip. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your Catabasis to thank for it. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again. My sincere thanks once again.
He was looking at his old bed.
Some soiree, innit?
Really? The sign behind you, buddy.
Oh, hello at last. You must be the Oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Dacius. Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you. Most gracious of you. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the Oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend? Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer.
Print media is going to make a huge comeback.
Of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm going to make a bloody fortune.
I'll be going now.
Keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
He pushed. So now he's going to lose everything.
Good evening.
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him. Thank you. That means a lot. And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if you'd like to join us. Wonderful. I'll see you soon.
Greetings. Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium. I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while, at least until I'm well enough to be independent again. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now.
Might I suggest
already up
Edgar
to the
Allan
19th
Poe?
century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you, farewell, friend.
It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle. You know my name? Oh, of course. You are an Oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place, and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun. Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. You didn't hear? My adoptive father, Sentius, locked me up in the upper cistern to stop me from escaping. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him.
Oh, that's right. After I reloaded, it forgot that I had talked to her, and I didn't talk to her again.
I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine. Thanks. You too.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius. I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake, I'll be forever in your debt. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope and missed out on all of this? So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier. Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you. You too.
Nice to meet you. I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff. I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time. You too. Look us up next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you. I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there, and for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow. I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too, as Rufus said in his own laconic way, if you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
Hi.
So, if I had completed the story where I rescue her after telling everyone else to gather at the cistern, this is the exact same ending you would have seen, except they would have all known who the hell I was. Not just calling me Oracle. If I remember right.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues, and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day. And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city? Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
And that, of course, was the fourth and final ending. The best ending, I suppose you could call it. It's a good game. And you can you can reach out directly to the developers, chat with them if you'd like. They're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and email. I'm not going to, but, you know. Modern Storyteller is their names. A lot of companies are doing Discord these days, apparently. So this lasted longer than what I was expecting. But The Forgotten City is a good game, as you were able to see. I didn't play through all of the endings, and it's definitely one that I would recommend. I'm adding it to my list. As number 66. The glitching and the not remembering where to go and the dying extended the time, naturally. And I did do some talking that wasn't strictly necessary, but, you know, it's a whatever situation. Anyways, you can basically play through as many times as you want on a single file, so you can see all the endings if you really wanted to. But, yeah. Anyway, Friday, 10 p.m. Central Time, I'll be playing more Batman Arkham Asylum. Same with Saturday at 10 p.m. Monday I will be playing Red Dead Redemption. Tuesday I'll be playing Halo 3. And I think the next game I'm going to play after one of those gets completely wrapped up will be the Tomb Raider series, because playing through this game made me want to play Tomb Raider again. I don't know why, but it's a fun series, so I'll probably put that on my list of to play next instead of drawing a name. Let's see. Games to play, Xbox. There it is. Wait, no, text message. Next, Xbox game, Tomb Raider. And that would be the trilogy that came out. When the hell was that? Looks like 2013. The first one was just called Tomb Raider. The second one's like Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Rise of the Tomb Raider. I forgot what the exact names were. Let's see. Tomb Raider, Rise of the Tomb Raider, Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I own all three for Xbox. I played through all three of them. They're great games, bit of a pain in the ass, but great games. So that's the next one. Let's see. Did I get through them all? I think I did. Anyway, have a good... Yeah, she's freaking out about work again. It's going on 5 p.m. Normally I'm wrapped up long before now, but, you know. I also usually start about 8:30, and today I didn't start until like 9 something. Even so. Anyway. So there's several Tomb Raiders, and the original run was blocky ass things on PlayStation 1. I could not play them because the jumping sucks so much. But the reboot I enjoyed, so I will be playing the reboot. Anyway, have a good one, and I will see you next time.